I'd like to call this May 21st, 2025 Board of Education regular meeting to order. George, can you take the roll?
Mrs. Bissell?
Here.
Mrs. Kilbane?
Here.
Mr. Miko?
Here.
Ms. Stachek?
Here.
Mrs. Hausum?
Here.
All present.
We all rise for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda is our strategic priorities. Our district has developed and is currently engaged in a 3-year strategic plan, which reflects the values, beliefs, and hopes of our students, staff, parents, and community. There are 4 strategic priorities to the plan: transforming teaching and learning, aligning staff and resources, cultivating culture and climate, and leveraging funding and facilities. Our strategic priorities give actionable focus to our district's purpose and mission and guide the work of our strategic plan. Next, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ryba for recognitions.
Thank you, Ms. Hausum. We have a number of outstanding recognitions tonight, so I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stachek and Mrs. Kilbane for the Student Achievement Award. Are we doing one this week?
And the Student Achievement Award is not one of the recognitions that we're doing today.
All right.
We'll do it next time.
We'll do it next time. Sounds good. So we will move on, and I'll ask Mr. Winkler to come up to the stage to recognize some of our National Merit Scholarship Program commended and finalist students.
Good evening, everyone. Before I get started, I'd like to say, first off, thank you to all of the elementary principals here for allowing our seniors to walk in their cap and gowns in your schools and get a clap out. It was, I got pictures from all of the schools, and thank you guys for allowing that. It was a wonderful experience for our seniors. I'd also like to say congratulations to all the retirees tonight. Nothing more satisfying than a career serving others, and we are very proud of all of you. All right, so I'm here tonight to present on the National Merit Commended and Semifinalist. So I'm going to do a brief kind of explanation of what that actually means. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the students up who are being awarded and speak while they're standing here so I could fully embarrass them on their way out the door as seniors. What this means is that when they're juniors, they take the PSAT, which is a national test. It's given to about 1.5 million students in the country. If you score, what they do is they take your reading score and your writing score, they double it, they add in your math score, they divide by 10, gives them an index. That index is then ranked out of 1.5 million kids in the country. Roughly 34,000 students, or around 2.2% of the top 2.2%, make National Merit Commended. We have one National Merit Commended student. I'm going to call her up now. Joelle Rush, come on up. So you got to come over. We're going to come all the way over here. I'm going to say a few things about Joelle. Joelle is a senior, obviously. She is a national qualifier for our DECA program. She is a state 2-time qualifier for DECA. She took 7 AP courses at our high school. She is going to attend Wake Forest University, and she's going to major in biophysics. In her spare time, she also did dance and cheer, and I believe went to state a couple times in dance. She is an outstanding student and a representative of high achievement here at Strongsville High School. Congratulations. Joelle, you got to shake all these people's hands.
Congratulations.
The next student I'm going to call up is Hannah Lee. Hannah took 10 AP courses while here at Strongsville High School. She played the violin in the symphony orchestra. She was the MVP of our varsity golf team. She is going to be attending The Ohio State University with a major in biomedical engineering. Congratulations. Next is John Papandreas. Come on up. John took 10 AP courses here at Strongsville High School. He's the National Honor Society president. He's the student council secretary. He is a all first-team GCC volleyball player and the member of the first Strongsville GCC volleyball championship ever. He is going to be attending the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign with a major in engineering. Congratulations, John. By the way, the four of them, the lowest GPA in the group is around 4.72. Last but not least, Avanish Polakanda. So this young man took 12 AP courses here at Strongsville High School, and I want to note that we offer a multivariable calculus course here. Most schools do not offer that. That is the course after BC Calc. It's rare that you find a school that has anybody. We typically have 15, 20 kids a year take it. He took it his sophomore year, at the same time that he took AP Stats. He was the student of the year, which I've never seen, in math. He was the student of the year in science, and he was the student of the year in orchestra, for which he plays the violin. He missed the ceremony because he was at a concert playing his violin. He is going to attend Case Western University with a major in math and physics. Congratulations. I didn't mention beforehand, the last three were National Merit semifinalists, which is the second round. In order to get to that round, you have to finish roughly in the top 16,000 in the country, or about 1%. So clearly, these are the brightest of the bright. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Wingler, and congratulations to all of our students on their outstanding accomplishments, and just congratulations to your parents as well, because that takes a tremendous amount of support to make all of that happen, so thank you for your support as well. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Namick, who's going to share the DECA recognitions at this time. As she's coming up, I just want to share, a number of us had a chance to attend the Chamber of Commerce Scholarship Luncheon. A lot of these students here were blessed to receive a scholarship, and when they got up and talked, one of the things they had to share was what their favorite memory in Strongsville City Schools was. And I would say almost all of them that got up there shared their experience in DECA. And so what an outstanding program that you've developed for our kids, and let's hear more about their accomplishments.
Thank you so much for having us here tonight. So for those of you who may not be familiar, DECA is an association for marketing students, and it prepares them to be leaders in fields like entrepreneurship, marketing, finance, hospitality, management, and much more. And it is actually at the collegiate and global level, so DECA is very widespread. Nationwide, DECA has over 297,000 members, 3,500 high school chapters, and 200 collegiate chapters. At SHS, everyone who is in the 2-year marketing program that I teach here is a member of DECA, so that means they will travel and participate in the DECA marketing competitions. So when we travel for these competitions, they are given a 100-question test, and then they are presented with a role-play scenario where they have to come up with a creative solution to whatever problem is being presented. For those here tonight that were individuals in the competition, they were only given 10 minutes to come up with a solution. And then the team partnerships were given 30 minutes. So to be able to come up with something in that amount of time is a feat in itself. And these individuals here did it so well that they made it to the national level. So this year in total, we have 86 DECA members at Strongsville High School. All of them competed in January at the district level. And of those 86 students, 57 of them qualified to compete at the state level in Columbus in March. At the state competition, 22 of our students made the final round in their event, and 21 of those students placed in the top 10 in the state. The students that are being recognized here tonight placed high enough in their event to earn them a spot at the national competition in Orlando, Florida. And I am honored to say that most of them here tonight actually competed 2 years in a row at the national level, which is really, really hard to do. And so when we were in Orlando, the students got to network with other DECA members from around the country. And when asked about their experience, senior student Haley Smith said, "Getting involved in DECA was one of the best decisions I made in high school. I think the skills I learned in marketing classes and through competition will help me excel in college, as I will be going into the marketing field. Going to nationals my junior and senior year allowed me to compete at the highest level, share fun experiences with my classmates, and network with so many amazing people in DECA from around the world. I encourage all of the underclassmen to apply for and work hard to succeed in DECA because it truly is an amazing program and provides unique opportunities." So each student here tonight truly embodies what it is to be a model Mustang. They are all collaborative, they work so hard, and I'm so proud to be their teacher. And all of them tonight are seniors as well, so they will be missed. I would just like to take a moment to recognize each of them individually and have them come up on the stage for some awards. So the first person I'm recognizing tonight is senior Madeline Atkins. She placed 4th at the state level in entrepreneurship, and she will be attending the University of Notre Dame for finance. Next we have senior Haley Smith. She placed 3rd at the state level in food marketing, and she will be attending the University of Florida for public relations. Next up, we have a team. This is Brooke Balo and Joelle Rush. They placed 4th at the state level in the travel and tourism team event. Brooke will be attending the University of Cincinnati for pre-physical therapy, and Joelle will be attending Wake Forest for biophysics. Next, we have the team, she has all of yours. We have the team of Josh Byers and Alex Polensky. They placed 5th at the state level in hospitality services. Josh will be playing basketball at Baldwin Wallace and majoring in finance, and Alex is attending Miami of Ohio for business analytics. Next, we have the team of Liam Hoftizer and Luka Stepanovich. They placed 3rd at the state level in travel and tourism. Luka will be attending Ohio University for marketing, and Liam will be attending Tri-C for business. And yours. And then lastly, we have the team of Peyton Koffold and Emily Majernik. They placed 2nd at the state level in marketing management. Peyton will be attending Slippery Rock University for integrated marketing and a lot of other things that wouldn't fit on my paper. And Emily will be attending Cleveland State for early childhood education. And thank you to the board. We appreciate you so much taking the time to let us come here tonight and be recognized for our hard work.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So if everybody could give one more round of applause for these outstanding students. Every single year, it's a joy to congratulate them and share in their successes. And every year, we have such large numbers that compete and make it to a national level. I think sometimes here we may get accustomed to that because it's just kind of how things are, but I'm assuming that's not the case everywhere. And so it's dedicated students and wonderful advisors and teachers. So congratulations to everybody. Next, it's one of those times where it's an exciting time for some, sad time for others as we recognize our retirees. I've been blessed to know a lot of these people for many, many years and have just truly been honored to work with them. So it was wonderful to catch up, see the smiles on your faces and the excitement of your family. But we are sad to say goodbye to so many of you. And as Jenny gets up there to share some of her remarks, this time of year, we do a lot of interviewing to replace many of you that are leaving. And one of the questions we always ask is, why Strongsville? Why do you want to come here? And a common theme that is shared throughout is, who doesn't want to come to Strongsville? It would be my dream job. It's the place that I've always looked to have a career at. And that's not because of any one person, but that's because of the people here. And so on behalf of us, sharing to those key people in the audience that have spent 30 plus or 20 years or whatever it may be, you're the reason people want to come here, because it's a special place to work, because you make it that special place. So before Jenny shares her appreciation and congratulations, just a heartfelt thanks to all of you for the sacrifice, the dedication, and service you've given to our kids during your time here. So thank you. Jenny?
Very, very well said. I'll just completely ditto that. But again, it's my honor to recognize the retirement class of 2025. We have a total of 24 retirees, and tonight I believe we have 12 of them in our presence that have joined us to be officially recognized here in front of all of you and our Board of Education. And as Cameron said, it really is just bittersweet because, you know, we're saying goodbye to so many of you. And so many of you have been so influential in your careers and undoubtedly have had such a memorable impact on so many students. I can't even count the years and the students and the lives that you've touched, in addition to your colleagues. And as Cameron shared, your influence among your colleagues has really helped us build the culture and have the positive impact that we've had over the years. So we're very happy for you, sad to lose you, but very happy as you embark on new things. Like I heard tonight, babysitting was a highlight, travel, a lot of you will travel, yoga was another one. So just excited for you and your futures and all of the things you're going to be able to do, especially sleep in a little bit more. So with that, I want to start by recognizing one of our leadership team members, and I'm going to ask Dave to come up to the stage and help me with this one. Teresa Williamson, if you could come to the front here. That's okay. So Teresa's dedication and versatility have been a true asset to our district over many years. She began at Sarar as a playground monitor and aide in 1994 and quickly transitioned to clerk and data input specialist, and in 2001 she became the coordinator of data and technology. Along the way, Teresa has worked in the district AV taping productions. She's managed data and records at the high school and eventually took on the critical responsibility of overseeing all district student data at the Board of Education building. Work that in many districts actually is assigned, we shouldn't tell you this, but it actually is assigned to 2 or 3 people, and she expertly handled it all on her own. Her vast knowledge of PowerSchool is so impressive that even the software support team would reach out to her for guidance, and I know I continually reached out to you for guidance as well. Teresa's commitment and expertise have made a lasting impact on how our district operates behind the scenes, and we thank you for your tireless dedication and support of our students and our staff, and may this next chapter bring you happiness and a well-deserved rest. Teresa, you are already deeply missed. Next, I'll have Glenn Olastic come down. I feel like the price is right. Come on down, Glenn.
Congratulations.
And while he's making his way to the stage, I'm also going to ask our 3 union presidents to join me and assist me in passing out the plaques. So if Mike Hykar, president of OPC 028, Paul Cummins, president 290, and Mike Scott, the Strongsville Education Association president. Glenn has been a longtime fixture at our preschool and a cherished member of our school community. He began his journey with us in October of 1990 as a part-time custodian, took a brief break, and then returned in February of 1995. Since 2005, he has served as head custodian at our preschool after supporting several buildings, including Albion Middle School, Zellers, Kinsner, Allen, and Drake. Been around a lot of places. Glenn has worked tirelessly to ensure a clean, safe, and welcoming building, all while connecting with students and staff with a smile, a wave, and even a hug. His presence greeting students each morning has been a comforting constant, and though we will miss Mr. Glenn, his impact will be felt and remembered for years to come. Glenn, as you retire, we wish you health and happiness. Thank you for your dedication, your kindness, and for being such a vital part of our community. Next, I'd like to invite up Cheryl Richardson.
Congratulations, Glenn. Enjoy retirement.
Cheryl has been a dedicated member of our transportation team since 2016. She began her journey with us as a bus driver and later took on the role of even a bus aide in 2021, successfully balancing both positions. Cheryl has been more than just a driver. She's been a reliable and caring presence for both staff and students alike. As part of our wellness team, she not only adds her voice to better the district, but she carries it back to her department through her uplifting messaging and positivity, as well as her matter-of-fact way of communicating. Most importantly, Cheryl's commitment to safety and her ability to connect with children on her bus has truly made a difference in the lives of so many of our students. Your presence will be greatly missed, Cheryl, but your legacy of kindness and dedication will remain with us. Personally, I will miss your smile, your open communication, even though you said I hate listening to you. I did love it. And your hugs. Congratulations on your retirement. Next is Buna Sridharan. Buna began her time in Strongsville in 2006, starting out as a monitor and navigating the enjoyable and lively middle school lunchroom. Buna worked hard to develop relationships with students while gently encouraging them to clean up and stay in their seats, which we all know is no small feat. Most recently, Buna took on the role of special education aide at Muraski in 2023. She has been a compassionate and steady presence, supporting students with care and kindness. Her commitment to helping students succeed has made a meaningful difference in the lives and in our schools. Buna, as you step into your new chapter, and may it bring you peace, joy, and fulfillment, your dedication will be deeply missed, and we thank you for so many years of service to us. Yeah, that's right. Next, I'll invite Don Boyner.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Enjoy retirement.
Yeah. Don Boyner has dedicated over 25 years to Strongsville High School as a PE and health teacher, where he began in 1999. Don has been a passionate advocate for student wellness, encouraging generations to develop healthy, lifelong habits. Beyond teaching, Don's years of coaching have inspired many students to embrace fitness and teamwork, making a lasting impact on their lives. So Don, I do believe it's kind of an end of an era, because you had your mom who taught here, right? And you went to school here.
Zellers for all the Zeller people.
Yeah, and your sister and your
my
brothers.
sister and my brothers were
Yeah,
since
a lot of
the
people
80s.
coming through this school. So end of an era for you as the last Boyner to either attend school in Strongsville or to teach here in Strongsville. We wish you all the best as you begin this new exciting chapter. Thank you very much for your service and all of your dedication to us. Next, Christine Canning.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Congratulations, Don. Enjoy retirement. I appreciate it.
Chris has been a dedicated kindergarten educator since 2004. She has taught at Allen and Zellers and has been inspiring students at Kinsner since 2014. Throughout her career, Chris has consistently gone above and beyond to ensure every child feels valued and supported. Her thoughtful strategies for managing classroom behavior have created a positive and nurturing learning environment. And in her final year, Chris embraced the challenge of teaching a diverse classroom, demonstrating her remarkable adaptability and unwavering commitment. Chris, you know that your impact on our students as they begin their education with us will be long-lasting, as you have also had a positive influence on your colleagues as well. We wish you all the best in your retirement adventures ahead. Thank you for everything, and enjoy this very well-deserved time for yourself. Next, I'll have Ted Hardaby come down.
Congratulations.
So Ted has served the district as an industrial tech teacher at Strongsville High School since 2004. He has inspired countless students through a hands-on, engaging learning environment, and as far as I know, as many hands have left the classroom as entered. Would that be correct? His focus on safety and proper equipment usage has created a student-centered atmosphere that will leave a lasting impact. His ability to engage students in authentic projects that mirror those created by a professional has led our students to build lifelong skills that will benefit them far into their future. Ted, your innovation, your creativity, your passion, and connection with our community will be so hard to replace and sorely missed. Congratulations on your retirement. May this new chapter be filled with joy and adventure, and thank you so much for everything. Robin Holden, come on down.
Congratulations.
So Robin began her career with Strongsville in 1991, starting her journey at Muraski, where she taught until 1996, and then moved to Sarar for 2 years, and finally making her home at Chapman since 1998. Robin has dedicated over 3 decades to inspiring her students and her colleagues. She always finds ways to infuse fun into her classroom, whether starring in the Right to Read Week plays or planning activities that bring staff together. Her creativity knows no bounds. She is deeply committed to her students, always finding ways to help them succeed academically and behaviorally through important life lessons that shape their development as individuals. As she embarks on this next chapter, Chapman will surely miss their go-to lead role in the school community. Robin, thank you for your incredible contributions, and may your retirement be filled with joy, adventure, and all the fun that you've brought to others. Congratulations to you. Linda Imhoff.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Enjoy retirement.
Linda has been a dedicated teacher at Strongsville High School since 2007. She has always been willing to step up and teach any class, demonstrating remarkable flexibility and a true team player spirit. Just last year, she supported our geometry class despite not having taught it in several years, and her students just excelled on the end of course exam. Her commitment to helping students achieve their final math credit has made a significant impact during her time here. Linda, your presence and contributions have enriched our school community in countless ways. As you move forward into this new exciting chapter, may you embrace new adventures and enjoy every moment, and we wish you all the best in your retirement. Jameen Theotis.
Congratulations.
Jameen has been an invaluable intervention specialist at Strongsville High School since 1993. Over the years, Jameen has dedicated herself to helping our most at-risk students, turning around years of failure through her empathetic approach and mastery in forming positive relationships. The ultimate compliment to Jameen is not only has she made her students better, but her co-teachers universally agree that she has also made them better educators. Her impact has extended far beyond the classroom, enriching our entire school community. Jameen, may you carry this forward, the same passion and dedication into all your future endeavors and being with your family. Your legacy will continue to inspire us, and you will be greatly missed. Congratulations to you. Cynthia Wazinski.
Congratulations. Everyone should be there, yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah, right. You're good.
So Cynthia has been a compassionate presence who has made a lasting impact in our schools since 2001. She started as a small group instructor at Zellers, and then she became an intervention specialist at both Zellers and Kinsner until I forced her to move to the middle school, as she told me earlier, crying and screaming, right, to the middle school as a co-teacher. But it turned out well, you said. Yes, you loved it. At least that's what you said to my face. Thank you. Cindy has always made parents feel at ease and supported, never forgetting her why. As a team player, her incredible optimism for the future of education has been matched only by her tireless commitment and continual reflection on her craft. She leaves behind a legacy of love, professionalism, and positivity that will inspire everyone lucky enough to have worked alongside her. Cindy, you have truly made a difference, and you will be deeply missed. Congratulations to you. And last but not least, Tim Zimmer.
Congratulations.
Hi.
Enjoy retirement.
Tim has taught for 25 incredible years. He started his career in 2000 at Kinsner, yet spent the last 24 years at Moraski Elementary, where he has exemplified what it means to be a reliable and steady force. Every team needs, I don't know if this is a good term, but a glue guy is how we termed it, someone who keeps everything together during both the highs and the lows. Tim is that person for Moraski. He has supported students, their families, and the entire staff with unwavering dedication, whether it's advocating for his students or planning performances and dances to honor his retiring colleagues. Tim has gone the extra mile time and time again, all while maintaining a very humble approach. His behind-the-scenes efforts highlight a commitment to doing what's best for the team without seeking recognition. Tim, your contributions have made a profound impact, and Moraski is really going to miss you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Tim. Enjoy retirement.
So I just want to give them one more round of applause, one more hand here. Congratulations. And I'm not going to forget that I heard some of you say you are considering coming back to sub for us. So you're welcome. Doors always open for you. We would welcome you back. But again, just wish you all the best in your retirement. I know you still have a few more days, but just so excited for all of you. Thank you.
All right, again, I just want to congratulate our students on their successes and congratulate our retirees again. It's bittersweet for me personally seeing so many of you that have touched my children's lives. I appreciate all you've done and enjoy your retirement. Now is a great time in the agenda if there's any homework that still needs to be done these last couple days or papers to be graded, if anyone needs to leave. All right, next on the agenda is public comment. I don't have any slips, George, do you?
No, do you want to make an announcement if there?
If there's anyone that would like to make public comment tonight, you can come up to the podium. All right, seeing no one, we will move on. Approval of minutes. Motion to approve the minutes of the April 28th and May 1st, 2025. It was a special Board of Education meeting and a work session. All audio recordings will be a permanent part of the minutes and are available upon request through the Treasurer's Office. Video recordings shall be maintained based on the availability of the selected digital online platform. All right, I'll turn it over to George for the Treasurer's Report.
Thank you, Mrs. Hausum. I have several items for your consideration tonight. The first being the semi-annual 5-year forecast. With the 5-year forecast, I'm going to present it tonight. So I'm going to ask the board, they're going to bring down the screen, so I'm going to ask the board to go to the first row, and then I'll go to the podium to present it. And then from there, we can come back and have discussion. All right, can you hear me? No. Scott, is the mic on? There we go. All right, how about now? Can you guys hear me? All right. So as I mentioned earlier, the 5-year forecast is a semi-annual forecast that is required to be done by the Ohio Department of Education. It's done twice a year, November and May. The November forecast is usually at the beginning of the school year. It's tied to our annual budget and kind of forecasting out the remaining of the current fiscal year, while the May forecast kind of wraps up the current fiscal year and begins the budget planning for the upcoming school year. In this case, we'll be wrapping up fiscal year 25 and we'll be beginning fiscal year 26. The purpose and objective of the forecast is to engage the local Board of Education and community in the long-range planning and discussion of the financial issues facing the school district, to serve as a basis for determining the school district's ability to assign the certificate required by Ohio Revised Code 5705-412, commonly known as a 412 certificate, to certify that the district has enough funds to certify any contracts, and then to provide a method for the Department of Education, the Auditor of State, to identify school districts with potential financial problems. The methodology of the forecast is prepared based upon historical trends and current factors. This information is then extrapolated into estimates for subsequent years. The forecast variables can change multiple times throughout the fiscal year, and while cash flow monitoring helps identify unexpected variances, no process is guaranteed. The intent is to provide the district's financial trend over a period of time and a roadmap for decisions aimed at encouraging financial sustainability and stability. The forecast is the presentations in the 4 sections: our major assumptions, then our general fund revenues, expenditures, and 5-year forecast summary. I'm going to spend most of the time with the assumptions and the forecast summary, and I'll go briefly through the revenues, expenditures, as it's kind of been routine throughout the presentations that I've done before. So the major assumptions, the first one is regarding property tax collection rate. Property tax revenues are our biggest revenue source. Right now, the forecast assumes a 99.47% gross collection rate, which is a 3-year average of calendar years 22 through 24. The gross collection rate did increase to 99.26 in calendar year 22 compared to calendar year 21 of 96.85. It has stayed consistent through 23 and increased to 99.88 in calendar year 24. Right now, as I presented before, our first half collections for 25 were lower than forecasted and lower than anticipated, but the calendar year has not concluded yet to see how the second half collections turn out to change the collection rate. However, I did change the collection split, which is the collections for the first half and the second half of the year, of the calendar year, increased the second half collections by 1.45% to assume that revenue that was short the first half would be paid in the second half, as it could have been a timing issue of when the tax bills were sent and received and distributions were made. So at the end of the second half collections in August, we'll know whether it was a collection split issue or a collection rate issue. The other thing that's made news over the last year was the county went through its 6-year valuation. Our valuations did increase. Overall, it had a 27.73% valuation increase in residential property and a 4.27% valuation increase in commercial property. We did see a slight increase due to inside millage of $2.2 million in tax revenue from the inside millage. And then our increase was offset by the expiration of the May 2019 5.9 renewal levy that was not renewed by the community. Collections expired December 31st, 2024. The levy expired would have generated about $9.9 million if collected at 100%. So since it ended December 31st, that's half of this fiscal year, and the remaining half will be the next fiscal year. And touched on the triennial budget. So we had the 6-year budget, and then every 3 years the triennial budget. The last triennial budget was 2021. The next triennial update will occur in tax year 2027, and the forecast assumes a 10% valuation increase in residential property and a 2% increase in commercial property for tax years 27 in the triennial update. And these are based on historical averages. And then during collection year 2023, public utility values increased by 6.39%. During collection year 24, values increased by 1.4%. And then in 25, values increased by 11.23%. And the forecast assumes an annual increase of 6.04% in public utility personal property taxes, which is based on historical averages from 2014 to 24. And I will say for the increase in for public utility, House Bill 920 is not applied to those values, so as those values increase, the tax dollars increase along with it. Mentioning House Bill 920, so for our evaluation, as since we're still above the 20 mil floor, as property values increase, the tax rates decrease to offset those increases in valuation. So the only increase that we would receive is the inside millage, is that's not subject to House Bill 920. And this just illustrates that point. So historically looking at it, in tax years 2018 and 2021, there were valuation increases. And then if you look at the chart on the left, those years also had a tax rate decrease. The tax rate increase in 2019 was the first passage of the renewal levy, which increased the tax rate. And then looking at the projected values, tax year 24 was the county 6-year evaluation. So as the values went up by 27%, you can see that on the right-hand side in 24 where the tax rate decreased by 29%, but that's also includes the renewal levy coming off as well. And then the projected 10% increase in 27, those values increase shown on the left-hand side, then on the right-hand side is the correlated tax rate decrease. And this looks at how close we're getting to the 20 mil floor. The top graph is the full voted rate. The middle graph is currently our effective rate, and the dotted gold line is the 20 mil floor. And what that means is so when you're above the 20 mil floor, House Bill 920 is in play. As values go up, the tax rates go down to offset the increase. Once they drop to the floor, the 20 mil floor, the tax rates can't go any further, so any increases in valuation is a one-for-one increase in revenue. With these big valuations across the state, more districts are hitting the 20 mil floor, and currently in the state legislation, there's a lot of talk and potential legislation around that 20 mil floor to kind of mitigate some of these large increases. Currently, our effective rate is 25.2 mils. And then after the triennial update in 27 is 23.34 mils. That's assuming a 10%. If it's a larger increase, then obviously that rate will go even further down. Major assumptions. I still have the mall refund that was in 2022 of $2.5 million, only because that's the last year of the historical look back. Once that rolls off next year, I'll take that paragraph out. I already touched on in May 2019, we had the 5-year 5.9 mil renewal levy, which we started collecting in January 2020. That has expired this fiscal year, and those dollars of 9.9 million have rolled off the forecast. Half of those dollars came off the current fiscal year, and the remaining half will be coming off the following fiscal year. And we also have one more renewal levy in 2021. Residents renewed a 5-year 6 mil levy with collections beginning in January 23. The forecast assumes the levy will expire in tax year December 31st, 2026, and collections will continue through 27. If the board chooses to renew it, the first time it can go on the ballot for it is November of 2026. And we have until November of 2027 to approve it before it expires. State funding. The state is currently in its current state biennium, but with the forecasts and begin with fiscal year 2022. 2022 and 2023 was the biennium budget that first had the fair funding formula, followed by fiscal years 24 and 25 that we're currently in. The state in that biennium budget had resumed the fair funding formula and continued the implementation of it, where we saw increases in 24 and 26. And beginning with fiscal year 26, currently the state budget is in two iterations. First, the governor has passed his version of the school funding formula, while right now it's currently in the House with House Bill 96. And then the Senate should release their version in a couple weeks, but based on what we know now, the forecast is based on the House Bill 96, the House version. The House maintained the fair funding formula in law, but made some changes for 26 and 27. The changes were made to ensure that every school district in this state received more money than they received in fiscal year 25. A district received its state funding based on some of the following. The district state foundation aid, less supplemental guaranteed assistance for fiscal year 25, an additional amount of 50% of the difference between the district's foundation aid for fiscal year and the district state foundation aid, less supplemental targeted assistance if the difference was positive, and additional payments in 26 and 27 that guaranteed a district's temporary foundation did not fall below its 25 foundation aid. And then the last bullet point, the House budget also called for this to be a bridge formula for the next 2 years with the possibility of a new funding formula for fiscal year 28. Due to this uncertainty, fiscal years 28 and fiscal year 29 were forecasted at the same level of 27. So those two fiscal years don't assume any growth from 27. There is still the restricted aid portion. We have of the formula where we receive funding for success and wellness, career tech and ELL, disadvantaged pupil impact aid, gifted. Those kind of are the same amount year over year. And then this year we did receive reimbursement for the science of reading stipends that we were required to pay by the state. So that was a one-time payment for this fiscal year. Changes in revenue between the November forecast and the May forecast. Overall, if you look at the bottom, cumulative throughout the life of the forecast, the revenue changes cumulative was about $400,000. The biggest changes was in fiscal year 25, where the tax revenues were less, assuming the collection split, that we should see an increase in November 26. And then the other increases, there was an issue with the formula that we saw in the forecast with, we were one of few districts that had a renewal levy come off its books. So the ratio between the state share local property taxes and the general property tax was thrown off as it looks at historical increases. So we adjusted that with May forecast. So that's why you see the increases in in the state share local property taxes, but those increases were offset in the general property tax lines where you see those negatives. So that's why those are negative in property taxes and increase in state share. Tangible personal property, the increase was based on the increased valuation, and then the state aid was based on House Bill 96, and you can see the 2 out years where it's a bigger decrease as it's keeping the same levels of 27. Expenditures, staffing levels, we saw an increase from last fiscal year into this fiscal year, and then next fiscal year I have 8 FTE decrease of 8 positions, and that's primarily due to a reduction of full-time substitute positions from 18 to 11 substitutes. We're going to try and staff the 18, but throughout the year there's always vacancies as we fill one, another one rolls off due to becoming a long-term sub for a teacher position. So we had quite a bit of the budget savings this year, so kind of budgeted less and we'll just keep an eye on it to see how that comes out. But over the last couple of years, we've been running into that same issue where we've seen some budget savings in those lines. Now that I've taken it out, we'll probably have those throughout the whole year, so we'll continue to monitor that throughout the fiscal year. And then healthcare premium increases. These kind of have been up and down over the last 5 years. In 21, we saw a 3% increase. In 22, we saw a 1.37% increase. In 23, we saw an 8.7% increase. 24, we saw a 15% increase. This current year, we saw a 3% increase, and then next year, we're going to see a 1.5% increase. In the November forecast, we had a 7% increase budgeted in the out years, which based on the 5-year average, with the 1.5% increase for next year, that lowered the 5-year average to 6%. So we'll have a 6% increase in fiscal years 27 through 28. If it's less, then we'll see savings in the forecast. Purchase services. Historically, from 21 to 22, we saw a $1.9 million increase. During fiscal year 24, we saw an increase of $300,000. During fiscal year, we saw an increase. Fiscal year 25, we saw an increase of $1.4 million, which was due to increased costs, costs and placements for special education placements, instructional services, due to secondary and Medem Online. Previously, that was funded through ESSER, and then the lease units for the lease payments for the mobile units that we started this school year. And then we've also seen increases for utility costs. Next school year, we're seeing an increase of $589,000. It's a combination to additional special education placements. The ones that we had this year, there'll be a full year next year. And then utility costs, projecting an increase based on the historical averages. Materials and supplies, we saw an increase of $1.6 million from 23 to 24. And then last year, we saw 24, we saw an increase of about $1 million due to all the textbook adoptions that we did, and through the forecast, we're actually going to see a decrease because we lowered the textbook budget as we due to the adoption cycles. As we had larger adoptions last year, we're going to have smaller adoptions in the next few fiscal years, and then the last year, the forecast 29. Is bringing the budget back to where it was as those adoption cycles will continue. Changes in the 5-year forecast from November to May for expenditures. Overall, cumulatively, we had a savings in the expenses of $3.7 million. Largely that was due to 3.02, the employee retirement insurance benefits. The savings of the health insurance premiums of only 1.5% increase to a 7% increase had a cumulative effect to the forecast, so it has a year-over-year effect. The personnel services were just to as the known retirees, replacing them with lower paid positions, and materials and supplies was due to purchase services. The increase there was for the combination of the utilities and the placements for our special needs students. Overall, general fund revenues for fiscal year 24, they were $90.5 million. In 2025, it's trending to be $86.3 million. The decrease is with the renewal levy coming off the books. And then in 26, it's decreasing to $84.7 million, also due to the second half of the renewal levy that was expired, plus anticipating an increase from the first half collections that were less to that will be paid in the second half. For the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each individual line item unless a board member has a specific question. On a specific revenue line, real estate taxes, the decrease in each year is the renewal levy coming off. Other than that, it remains consistent. Public utility, see an increase based on the valuations. The unrestricted is consistent with the state funding formula. I'm sorry, that was the unrestricted. This is restricted. The decrease there is the stipend for the science of reading. Local share of property taxes is consistent year over year. Other revenues, the decrease in the future years is due to interest income, as well as the increase in 24 to 25 as the interest rates were high and our cash balance was in a good position. It increased other revenue, but as our cash balance decreases, so will interest revenue. Other financing sources. In the beginning years, we had some repayments from the Bureau of Workers' Compensation for premium rebates. Moving on to expenditures. In '23, that big outlier was the $25 million transfer that took place to the 070 fund. In 2024, our expenditures were $85.3 million, and 2025, our expenditures are trending to be about $90.9 million, which is a 6% increase from last year. Partly was due to the positions that were coming over from the ESSER funds. And then in '26, it's about a $3 million, 3% increase. Salaries year over year, based on our negotiated agreements, salaries are increasing, as well as benefits. Purchase services, touched on those in the assumptions as to why those are increasing. Supplies and materials, last year we had the big adoptions for textbooks, which is decreasing for 2025. And then in 2026, we've lowered, again, the textbook budget there as well. Capital outlay, it only makes up about 1.2 million of our budget. The increase in 2025, that is primarily due to carryover encumbrances that were paid from last year's budget that were paid in July for Chromebooks. And then the technology department bought textbooks now earlier, as they did last year, and those were already paid for as well. So kind of paying those 2 years in this fiscal year is the reason for the increase. Our general fund debt in 2024, we had an issue, was fully paid off, so we have one more issue coming out of the general fund. Other objects is pretty consistent. It's the auditor fees and the county auditor fees. Saw a little bit of a decrease based on, it's a percentage of tax collections, so as our tax collections are less, that percentage is going to decrease. Transfers and advances, the big outlier there is the $25 million in fiscal year '23. And then kind of wrapping it up with the summary. In 2024, our revenues exceeded our expenditures. 2024 was last school year. This school year, we're projected the deficit spend by $4 million if the trend continues. And then each year after that, as our expenditures increase and our revenues remain about the same, that trend will continue and our cash balance will continue to decline. This is the 5-year forecast with the renewals taken out of the top line of the revenues and the renewals placed on the bottom, just to easier look at the bigger picture. This is with the renewals in it. So as I touched on, last year we were about 5.3, where revenues exceeded expenses. This year with the renewal levy coming off, our revenues dropped to 86.3, about 4 million, and then as our expenditures increased by about 6 million, we'll begin the deficit spending this year by 4.7 million. That'll leave us at the end of the year with a cash balance of 44.6 million. And then I did add the percentages of cash to expenditures. As House Bill 96, another big point, just not with the fair funding formula, the current House bill legislation has a provision in there. They're trying to cap carryover cash balances at 30% of your expenditures. So that's a key metric now. As you are aware, I went and testified a couple weeks ago to the Senate Education Committee. We don't know yet where the Senate stands on that. But right now, House Bill 96 is the one that's out there. The Senate should have their version. Whether that provision stays or it's increased, it's unknown. But what it is if it carries over, if that provision stays, it caps the cash balance at 30%. So what that would mean for us is in 2026, potentially a rebate of 6.9 million. That would decrease our tax collections by 6.9 million. Then our deficit spend for 2026 would be about 16.3 million, leaving us with a cash balance of 28.3 million with the ratio there at the 30%. And then you can see how year after year it kind of speeds up the deficit spend, where in 28, if this wasn't in play, going back to the previous slide, we would have about 7.3 million unencumbered cash, where if this was taken out, we would have about 400. So essentially puts us in a fiscal position sooner. And then the state starts looking at it in the third year of the forecast. So when we do the forecast in November, if this is in play and if that does come through fruition, that would be our 28 would be our third year of the forecast. So the state could be asking, hey, what's your plan to address this potential deficit in this year? As I touched on before, this slide is kind of a summary of the 5-year forecast and the importance of cash balances, our cash balance policy. Looking at our cash days, we talked about the percentages, but kind of where we're at in cash days. We'll end this year with 187, next year with 144, and so on, where we're in a cash deficit of 27. A negative 27 and 29 would be in a cash deficit. And this slide, I've had it before, represents the reasons for a cash balance. So I'll stop there. If the board wants to come back up, we can have discussion on the forecast.
All right, thank you, George. Does anyone have any questions for George? George, the only thing I wanted to ask, if you could just summarize, what are the biggest risks or uncertainties in this forecast that our public should know about?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest risk and uncertainty is currently the state budget, House Bill 96. So a couple provisions, one with the fair funding formula. Right now, the way it stands with it, it's a little less than what we projected with the fair funding formula. There is talks through the testimonies that we heard of once they fully fund the formula, the guarantees and caps could be removed. We're currently on a guarantee, so if that's removed, if they fully fund it, how much we would still be on the guarantee, and if they take the guarantee away, what that decrease does for us, we're about a little over $1 million on the guarantee right now. But the biggest risk and uncertainty is the 30% cash carryover. That has the biggest impact. That has, for us right now, potentially $6 million on the line. What they do with that is, and how it swings the forecasts. That would just put us in a fiscal position sooner than anticipated.
Thank you. I know we've done a really good job of communicating with our parents through emails about how they can voice their concerns over what's happening in Columbus, so thank you for continuing to share that with our parents.
I think I don't have the date in front of me, but I saw something today. There's more opportunity of public testimony in front of
3
the
more days next
full
week.
Senate next week.
Yes, yes. Any other questions for George?
No? All right.
Just real quick, just to compliment you as usual. 5-year forecast presentation took about 20 minutes, half an hour. Doesn't take 20 minutes or half an hour to prepare it.
Right.
And every year, the board appreciates the fact that you do take the time to be diligent, to be accurate, to be rigorous. It is, in my opinion, it's probably one of the single most important financial tools we have as a board to analyze the health of the district. So thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
And then the last point I forgot to add, potentially with House Bill 96, there's also a provision in there that they would shorten the 5-year forecast from a 5-year outlook to a 3-year outlook. So we'll see how that goes as well. All right, moving on to the rest of my items. E2 is the financial report for the month ending April 30th, 2025. E3 is student activity program budget revisions. Those are listed in the body of the resolution. E4 is amended appropriations for fiscal year 25. Those are the changes that were in 3, as well as increasing the 070 fund for the parking lot preschool, the preschool parking lot project that was board approved on April 10th. E.5 is the medical and prescription insurance rates. As I touched on the forecast, those are increasing by 1.5% effective July 1, 2025. The dental insurance is E.6. That is increasing by 4.5%. Vision insurance, E.7, that is also increasing. However, we're not going to have, although the rates are increasing, Medical Mutual is giving us a $13,000 credit to offset the increase, so our rates will stay the same. Then at the end of the fiscal year, we should receive a credit back from Medical Mutual to offset that. So everyone's rate will stay the same for vision. MetLife, we are making it, or MetLife, E.8 is MetLife life insurance. We are making a change in carrier for life insurance. And the biggest reason is that we took it out to market. The basic life insurance rate will drop from 10 cents to 0.98 and is guaranteed for 3 years. Although the rate difference wasn't significant, the biggest reason for the move is that we're able to provide our employees with a one-time opportunity to receive guaranteed issue voluntary life benefits during a one-time open enrollment period during the month of September, and members will be able to access up to $200,000 of additional coverage with no medical questions. So due to the change of carrier, we're able to do a one-time enrollment. E.9, Julian Group, or gap conversion using Julian Group. This is a change in vendor. It's a 3-year contract they prepare our annual gap and annual financial report that goes to audit. E.10, frontline education or 5-year forecast planning tool, the 2-year contract. And then E11 is the preschool tuition that we talked about at the work session, increasing the tuition rate to $185 per month per student. And then E.12 is the kindergarten tuition. That did increase based on the calculation by $200 from $2,200 to $2,400, and that was primarily due to a decrease in students in full-day kindergarten. This is the same rate from fiscal year 24. So fiscal year 24 was $2,400. There were more students this year, which decreased the rate to $2,200. There are a little bit less students, and it brought the rate back up to $2,400. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Any questions for George? Great, thanks. Turn over to Dr. Iba.
Thank you, Mrs. Hausum. I have a couple items under my section. The first item is the annual contract renewal for Right at School. There's no changes to the contract, just updating it for the current year. The program continues to be successful and a great service to our community, and our principals have been instrumental in helping to do that, as well as giving feedback. And Right at School showed us the parent surveys, and the parents are happy with the services they're providing. So feel comfortable recommending that same contract next year. Under number 2, we do have an action item. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that per the leadership handbook, the following non-certificated administrative employee salary performance levels be approved effective August 1st, 2025.
Do I have a motion? So moved. Second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcek, seconded by Mrs. Bissell. Do you want to explain what we're...
Yeah, so every 3 years, we have a new contract or handbook with our non-union employees. There's a leadership group, there's an administrative group. And so whenever you create that new handbook, we have to, the board has to approve what step or performance level they're on for compensation. So since you approved that back in April, the handbook, this is now where you approve the compensation for each employee.
Any questions? George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Mrs. Cobain?
Abstain.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes. Motion carries.
Next item, be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the following previously approved item be rescinded, and that's from April 24, 2025, under my report for the leadership handbook.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Stavcek. Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Bissell.
So one of the things that we have to look at is, for this, the reason we're rescinding it is Mrs. Kilbane voted on that. She has a family member that is a part of that leadership handbook, and that was missed by us when we put it up there. So we are going to rescind it now, and then there'll be a separate vote after to approve the same handbook.
Thank you. Any questions? Can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Ms. Cobain?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes. Motion carries.
The next item is be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the leadership handbook be adopted for the period of August 1st, 2025 through July 31st, 2028, and the handbook is linked there.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Bissell. I think you pretty much covered why we're voting again. Can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Ms. Cobain?
Abstain.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes. Motion carries.
That concludes my report unless there's questions. With that, we'll move on to business services with Steve.
Good evening, everyone. There's 4 items under the business services section tonight. The first one is a consent item, and this is dealing with the payment in lieu of program for students who reside in Strongsville but do not attend Strongsville City Schools. The transportation costs are declared impractical, whether it's distance or number of students attending those schools. These parents, as listed in the exhibit, are part of the payment in lieu of program. The second item is an action item. The vendor managed supply program with ALCO, be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the Board of Education enters into an agreement between the Strongsville City Schools and ALCO for the vendor managed supply program as stated in the exhibit for 1 fiscal year, not to exceed $57,552. Funding to be from the general fund, supplies, materials for custodial. And the exhibit is attached.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second. Oops, sorry. I got into a new pattern. Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Kilbane. Steve, do you want to explain?
So this is, I believe, the 6th year that we've been in this partnership with ALCO. So what this allows us to do is actually have the fixed cost that we can budget, and it's a monthly program cost. It's a 2.5% increase from last year, which is below the industry standard. They take care of all of the chemicals that we use to clean the schools in the district each night. Also, there's included in this some of the ancillary costs, ancillary products like the brushes and pads that go on some of the equipment, things of that nature, rags, and then other things in the exhibit that are a part of it, including training, and we get preferred pricing on equipment that needs to be replaced and or repaired as part of this program.
Any questions for Steve? All right, hearing none, George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Ms. Cobain?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Motion carries.
The third item is a consent item, and this deals with insurance for students that allows us to use the Guaranteed Trust Life Insurance Company through Love Insurance Company as a student's insurance program for the Strongsville City Schools for the 25-26 school year. Upon the recommendation of the superintendent, that any student participating in interscholastic and intramural activities either purchase the appropriate insurance coverage or present a waiver signed by the parent or guardian, and such waivers shall release in all authority or in charge from any liability resulting from medical claims. The last item, which is an action item, is a revision to the agenda from April 10th, 2025, under the section of Superintendent's Report Business Services. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the Board of Education accept the proposed contract from Tremco Weatherproofing Technologies Incorporated utilizing Warren Roofing as the approved contractor for the roof replacement at Whitney and Chapman Elementary Schools. The contracted price is not to exceed $2,447,000. Tremco Weatherproofing Technologies Incorporated is a preferred vendor of Ohio Schools Council. This is consortium pricing procured through the Association of Education Purchasing Agencies, or AEPA, and the Ohio Schools Council's OCEPC, which stands for Ohio Council of Educational Purchasing Consortia, to make it even more official, bidding process. And the exhibit is attached.
Do I have a motion?
So moved?
And a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Cobain.
So the explanation for this is with the AEPA documents that we've entered in the past, the company, in this case Tremco, holding the contracts is who we make the purchase orders out to. However, Tremco does it a little bit different. They hold the contracts, but they have the contractor that we use, Warren Roofing, who we have a relationship with outside of this purchase. They do all of our roofing. They do all of our inspections. They allow Warren Roofing to hold all the purchase orders. So we won't write a purchase order to Tremco. Warren Roofing will purchase supplies from Tremco. They will then bill us, and we will write all of our purchase orders to Warren Roofing. So we're just doing this because our very credentialed, very certificated, very honored treasurer got my attention in my office one day by saying, "Hey, we need to fix this," because he wanted to make sure that when we get audited, it comes back very crystal clear. Yes, the contract's with Tremco, but the purchase orders are going to be going through Warren Roofing. This is all approved. We had a conference call with our contacts at Ohio Schools Council. They recommended that we put the wording in there to include the AEPA contracts, which are nationally vetted contracts. Everything's in place. They gave us all the documentation, and I'm confident that George is not going to lose an ounce of sleep with the way that we've worded this. So in all seriousness, it's just a clerical thing. The price is exactly the same. It's just utilizing the wording of who the purchase orders are going to be going through to make sure everything's very clear for auditing purposes later.
Any questions? George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Ms. Cobain?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Ms. Hausum?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thanks, Steve. Next up, Aaron's going to come up and provide our curriculum report for the month.
Good evening. I have 12 items tonight for your consideration. The first 2 items are software purchases. We have student-teacher placements for items 3 and 4. Item 5 and item 6 are trips. We have student fees for 25-26 school year for items 7 and 8. Item 9 and 10 are revisions to textbook orders. Item 11 is a revision through our Title I funds. And then item 12 and is an item to rescind regarding textbooks. Any questions on those?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. With the student service report, Andy will come up and provide that for the board tonight.
Good evening. I have a record 20 items for you this evening. Items 1 to 10 and 14 are tuitions for students with disabilities at placements such as Kids Link, STEPS Educational Group, Cleveland Clinic Learners School for Autism, and ASG Education Services. Item 11 is for North Coast Therapy Associates who provide occupational and physical therapy for our district. The exhibits are 2-year contracts for preschool and school-age students. Item 12 is for Educational Service Center of Northeast Ohio for students with disabilities to attend the Positive Education Program, also known as PEP. Item 13 is for LLA Therapy to provide occupational therapy to a student placed outside of the district. And item 15 is for Solutions Behavioral Consulting to provide consultation in the area of behavioral intervention services. Item 16 is an agreement with Power School Group to provide special programs 504 and digital signature for next school year in the amount of $22,767.77. This, of course, is our special education software program. Items 17 and 18 are settlement resolutions, which are action items.
Do I have a motion? Second? Second. Motion by Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Kilbane.
So this one is for number 17.
Yes, we'll have to do two separate votes. Andy, can you explain what the first one, item 17, is?
Items 17 and 18 are settlement resolutions that are, I think, both confidential. Yeah.
But we'll still need to do two.
The board has, just for clarity and everybody, so although they're confidential and settlement resolutions, those have been shared with the board. The boards have an opportunity to review those, and they're student-based. So Andy, if you could read number 17's statement there, the be it resolved, and then the board could vote.
Absolutely. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the resolution appearing in the exhibit be approved.
George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Ms. Kilbane?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
So we'll do the same thing for
Item 18.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Second. Motion by Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Kilbane. George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Ms. Kilbane?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least are our Cleveland Clinic items for the mental health navigator position. Item 19 is our license agreement of the approved spaces in our district to be where the services will be provided to students. And item 20 is the memorandum of understanding with the Cleveland Clinic for the navigator to provide on-site mental health services to students and support our district in the area of professional development.
So Andy, you know, obviously, Dr. Wimbiscus came and presented to the board a while ago. You've been doing tremendous work behind the scenes to help iron out all of these details. So since it's been a while, give us a refresher about what this means and how this is going to help support our district and our students.
Yeah, just so a couple things. This is a pretty exciting project. So it's catching on. So Lakewood was the first district to partner with the Cleveland Clinic, and since then other districts have jumped on. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. So we're joining some trailblazer districts to help provide quicker access to mental health services for students. They're kind of they're very helpful in terms of helping the student and the family land in the appropriate place for their services, so they can expedite getting a student all the wraparound services they need. Kind of sometimes a link between, you think about what a school social worker might do and then what a private care person can do. They're very much kind of the in-between linchpin of those services. Also, the amount of professional development in the area of mental health is very abundant. So basically, there's no restrictions there. They will provide us mental health support, professional development to any degree we want. For parents, for students, nighttime, there's no cap of hours is what I'm trying to say. So there's like an unlimited supply of support there. But really, it's just an exciting venture as we embark on our strategic plan for student behavior. There's a lot of pieces of the strategic plan that are very much tied into social emotional wellness and mental health and trauma-informed care, and the Cleveland Clinic will be a great support piece for that.
I have a question, Andy. Do we have a sense of what it's going to look like starting in the fall, or is it still too soon for the public to, for details like that?
In terms of what it will look like, now that we have this piece done, I will be working with the Cleveland Clinic about getting into the hiring and recruiting process as soon as possible so that we can start implementing right away. So as Dr. Ryba mentioned, I think I'm becoming a kind of a pain in the Cleveland Clinic's area, so just kind of just always reminding them, where are we now? Where are we now? And what's the next step? And I said, you know, I'm always kind of pushing the envelope a little bit there, but they've been very patient with me. But we're very excited to get this moving. So they're a very large organization, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and you have to kind of keep that communication open with them consistently. But that's where I'm at right now, Mrs. Bissell, is to, you know, now the hiring, now the recruiting. How soon around August can we actually get somebody in place so at the beginning of the school year we can get things up and running as soon as possible?
Thank you.
Yeah. Kind of a long answer, sorry.
So do you think it's reasonable to expect us to be up and running by August if you had to
By
guess?
August, I don't know, so that's my goal.
Yeah.
But I'll provide updates to Dr. Ryba along the way throughout the summer and kind of let everybody know where we're at.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think when I talked to Dr. Wimbiscus, she kind of said that it will be ready for next year, but I mean, they tell you a lot of things. I don't know. I love her.
Yeah.
I trust her, but I'm not
Right.
sure. But
And we have the same goal, right?
Yeah,
But you
yeah.
gotta kind
I
of
think
see
they're trying.
who's in the pool, who's out there in the workforce that we can recruit and get into
Right.
the position too, so,
You know,
yeah.
Well, thanks for all the work that you've done on this, Andy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thanks.
Next, we'll bring Ryan up for the Human Resource Report.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I have the following items in human resources for your consideration. Item 1, retirements, non-certificated. Item 2, retirement, disability, non-certificated. Item 3, appointments, certificated, and actually, we have one here who is still here. I am very impressed. I want to welcome our new phys ed and health teacher to the high school, Mr. Brian Brasky. Congratulations, Brian, and your lovely wife. Congratulations. You've definitely earned points. You're still here. Item 4, appointments, non-certificated. Item 5, appointments, certificated substitutes. Item 6, appointments, non-certificated substitutes. Item 7, changes in status, non-certificated. Item 8, contract recommendations, administrative. Item 9, contract recommendations, leadership. Item 10, contract recommendations, certificated continuing contracts. Item 11, contract recommendations, certificated limited contracts. Item 12, salary placements, administrative. Item 13, stipends, local professional development committee. Item 14, medical leave, administrative. Item 15, medical leaves, certificated. Item 16, medical leaves, non-certificated. And item 17, volunteers, chaperones. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And finally, Dave will come up with the technology report.
Good evening. I have two things tonight. The first one is a agreement with Meta Solutions for Schedules 1 and 2 for the academic school year 2025-2026. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that Schedule 1 of the agreement between Meta Solutions and Strongsville City Schools be approved to provide information technology services for 2025-2026 at the annual cost of $127,203.25. That's $22.25 per student with a 5,717 student count. There is a 2% discount for early payment. That's about $2,544, and reducing the cost to $124,659.18. And also be it further resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the Schedule 2 of the agreement between Meta Solutions and Strongsville City School be approved to provide Info Ohio Library Services for 2025-2026 at the cost of $16,579.30. That's $2.90 per student with the 5,717 head count.
So Dave, in normal person speak, what are we buying?
So Schedule 1 is, some support services for like e-finance through both Meta and the Mohican, or the Management Council. Also, our student information service, our system through Power School, EMIS support, and then also some purchasing co-op membership for some of our programs. And then Schedule 2, like it said, was an Info Ohio Library Services, but it also includes some e-finance plus licensing fees, and then some Final Form pass-through fees as well. And those are annual for us. And then item number 2 is with Royal Business Equipment for phase 1 of a projector replacement project. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the Board of Education approves the replacement of outdated or no longer supported Epson classroom and building projectors with Epson 770 FI or equivalent projectors, mounts, touch modules, and all required cables. Cost not to exceed $170,444.70.
Any questions for Dave? Thank you, Dave. That concludes my report.
Thank you. All right, report on Polaris Career Center. Mrs. Bissell.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things I want to share tonight. If I can find this one here. I want to extend our congratulations. Of course, it's hiring season. It's hiring season at Polaris as well. And so we're very excited to share that now that Diane Zander has been in place for 5 months as the new superintendent, they have chosen and hired a new assistant superintendent, and that's Mr. Ben Hodge, who will be coming to us from Avon. I always get Avon and Avon Lake confused. One of the two.
It's Avon.
It's Avon. So he's currently the superintendent at Avon, and he will be joining Polaris in the summer. And I got to meet him last week at our board meeting. He was very excited to be there, ready to get going. He's going to start his major focus on HR. So that's his major first goal, and he's ready and eager to join the staff at Polaris. And then we have to also say goodbye to 2 of our staff at Strongsville. So goodbye and congratulations, of course. Kyle Steller applied and received the offer to become the new assistant principal at Polaris for our high school students. So he will be joining the administrative staff there in the fall, as well as Cody Dowd, Kyle is at the engineering program at the high school. Cody Dowd teaches our middle school students, and he's going to be a new career strategist. So he'll still be around helping individual students as they start to prepare and think about careers. But we're sad to see them go, but really happy for them in their career journeys. So congratulations to all 3 of those gentlemen. A couple of other things of note. Our students, 15 of them in fact, business, professional, and office technology, broadcasting and video production, and digital marketing students recently went to Orlando to compete in a competition, and Polaris took home 6 top 10 finishes in that program. So congratulations to those students. Again, successful. Every time we compete, whether it's Strongsville or Polaris, we have a lot of success. And that speaks a lot to the work that our teachers and students are doing on a daily basis. And just a reminder for those of you who have rising 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, there are still a few spots, but the program is almost full for Camp Discovery. That's coming up here the 2nd week of June. If you are interested in that, please look into that ASAP. And additionally, at the same time, just the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of that same week, they are trialing a new program for high school biomedical students, so rising freshmen and sophomores who are in the biomedical program are going to have a 3-day hands-on experience to get in the hospital a little bit and see what it's like. In addition, they'll be traveling to Tri-C, so they're going to have a lot of interaction in the field to learn about all things medical. So my son's going to be going to that. I'm excited to hear what he learns. So if you're a biomedical student, please take a look at that. And I think that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, report on legislation. Mr. Micko.
I'm going to do it today.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Turn it over to Mrs. Bissell.
So a couple things that were mentioned already. I just want to thank George for going down and testifying, and I know Laura went with him. Is there anything else you wanted to share about, I know, your experience, Laura or George, testifying?
So we testified in front of the Senate Education and Finance Committee. The one takeaway that I got from there was the Senate members that were on the committee didn't seem too, I don't want to speak for them, but they didn't seem too, the impression I got, they didn't seem too in favor of the 30% cap. So just to see where it comes out when it goes to the full Senate and they release their budget in the next week or so. If it stays in or if it increases, just to kind of see where that goes. That was kind of my takeaway. The other majority of the testimony was between the 30% cap and the fair funding formula, where other districts were testifying to continue the full implementation of funding the formula.
Thank you.
And for me, it was my first time being able to go, my first visit to the state capitol building. So thank you, George, for letting me tag along. There were probably 32 or 33 people who testified. So it was a very long afternoon and evening, but it was very educational for me. And I was very impressed with the state senators. They were very engaged. I feel like they asked questions of almost every speaker there. So that was encouraging to me that they are putting the thought into this and time and praying for a good outcome.
Thank you. Thanks for being there and speaking on behalf of the schools. So in that vein, I know this was mentioned as well, next week, May 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th, starting at 9 a.m. in the Finance Hearing Room, they're going to hear open testimony again, and that means that testimony can be submitted on any aspect of the budget bill. There is no specific day dedicated to education funding or policy provisions. And then it specifically says here, the Senate's proposed changes to the bill have not been released. So any testimony would be in response to what the House has passed already. So nothing has changed, nothing has leaked, other than, kind of if you're reading the room, as George said. So we're still waiting with bated breath to hear what that decision, we expect that by the end of June. One more thing of note, I'm looking at this list of the people that testified. It takes a while to scroll through it. There's a couple more bills that are kind of in the House Education Committee. One of them would change the age requirements for kindergarten admission. So that passed the committee. We'll see where it goes from there. And there's another one, let me see if I can find it here, about the cell phone bill. Do you know which one that is, Richard? It was here in my notes a second. Oh, here it is. Sponsored by Senator Jane Timken. It would require each public school to adopt a policy prohibiting the use of cell phones by students during instructional hours. So last year we had to pass a policy just stating what our use of cell phones is going to be. Now they're making it a little bit more prescriptive, at least that's the intention here, and saying they're going to prohibit it during instructional hours with a couple of caveats. So that has passed the Senate Education Committee, and it is going to the House for consideration. So I'm keeping my eye on that one too, because it will affect our day-to-day functioning in our school district. So
Don't we already do that now?
not the way that this is going to prescribe it, no. Yeah.
So currently, we have no use at all in the elementary. Middle school can use it in the lunch period, and high school can use it lunch period in hallways.
Oh, okay.
I think that's all I wanted to share at this time. Richard, is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think you recapped it very well. We are in the heart of the budget season, and the next 3 days for testimony will be critical.
That concludes our report.
Great, thank you. Next, board liaison reports. City Council. There was a meeting this week, and I would just like to share that the VFW Post 3345 will sponsor the annual Memorial Day Parade this coming Monday, May 26th. The parade steps off from St. Joseph Church on Pearl Road at 11 a.m. and heads south on Pearl Road to Zavarina Lane. That's a hard one, yes. Ending at the Freedom Trail Gazebo, where a ceremony honoring the nation's fallen heroes takes place. If you attend and you feel so would want to keep going, you can go to the Strongsville Historical Society. They're having an open house from 11 to 2. Guests can tour the historic houses, visit the military display, and place a blue or gold star on the gold star tree honoring veterans, and see the missing man table honoring fallen heroes. There'll be crafts for kids and a scavenger hunt to learn more about some historic items in the village. The city offices and the rec center will be closed that day, and no trash pickup. So collection will be delayed one day next week. And that concludes my report. Strongsville Education Foundation.
Mostly, they just talked about the last meeting. They're getting ready for casino night, which, again, put on your calendar, November 23rd. And look them up online. I think they have a new person, like, doing all their stuff, so look it up because they're looking for sponsors and just people that want to buy tickets. So it is November 23rd. They have new games at casino night, and they are going to, yes, new games and more tables. I knew there was something. Oh, and more slot machines. So if you want to help what they do, they just gave out scholarships to a lot of our kids, and they actually surprised the kids the night of whatever they call that.
Senior salute.
Senior salute, yeah. So they really do a lot of good things. So really look them up if you have time and see if you're willing to sponsor a table or something. And, you know, I have it in my notes, so I'm going to tell you, Rich, right now, they need help with the scoreboard. They want to have advertisements on the scoreboard. So I'm now relaying that to you so everyone knows I didn't forget, because it's in my notes. So.
But I might forget.
We'll put it in your notes.
All right. PTA Council, I'm not sure if you guys have a report again. Since
Well, they had their end of the year luncheon. It was really nice. We went to Gino's More Than Just Italian restaurant, and they did the Helping Hands Award, and that went to Mrs. Gorey, the secretary at Sarar. And the T in PTA went to Mr. Lepowski at the middle school. So it was a nice ending to their season.
Great.
That concludes that.
Great, thank you. Southwest General, we have not had a meeting, so there is no report on that. Board committee reports, Finance Committee.
So that will be true also for both the Finance and Policy. We have not met since our last meeting, and those next meetings will be announced when we know when they are.
Okay, great. Facility Committee, we did meet last night. We had 8 members, plus Steve and myself there, so I thought that was a pretty good turnout for a May night at the end of school year. We got the committee up to date on our special meeting that we held May 1st at the admin building, where we went over with the Facilities Elementary Committee, the different bond plans, and so we shared the outcome of that. We also talked about the summer projects that we approved at our April board meeting, the roofs, the parking lots, and all of that. So we had some good discussion, and our next meeting will be August 19th, 6:30 at the admin building. Business Advisory Committee. You guys have not met, correct?
Next meeting is to be announced.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, next on our agenda, adoption of the consent calendar. Action by the Board of Education and adoption of consent calendar at this point of the agenda means that all items appearing in this agenda denoted as type-action consent, which items constitute the consent calendar, are adopted by one single motion unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that such items be removed from the consent calendar and voted upon separately. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Ms.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
Can I request that items 19 and 20 from Student Services be
I was
voted
gonna
on
ask.
separately?
Yep.
Thank you.
George, did you get that?
Yeah, hang on, let me do that.
What are we
It
doing?
was
Under
Student
Student
Services items
Services.
19 and 20, correct?
Yeah, I 19 and 20.
Yes. The 2 Cleveland Clinic ones, correct?
Yes. So just so everyone's aware, Mr. Miko is requesting that we remove those and vote on them separately.
Tonight?
Yes.
So Mrs. Hausum, do you want to do those items first and then the consent calendar? Which order would you like to go in?
Sure, we could, we're already in the consent calendar, so we go ahead and go forward with that one? Okay.
What was decided? I couldn't hear.
Since we already took the motion for the consent calendar, go ahead and do that one first.
Okay. So this is the consent calendar. There was a motion by Ms. Stavcek and a second by Mrs. Cobain.
Yes.
Ready to take vote, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, can you please take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Mrs. Cobain?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
So now we will go back up to section I, item 19.
So I can read it if you would like.
Oh, we just switched, okay, sorry. Yes.
So be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the Board of Education enters into a license agreement with the Cleveland Clinic Foundation, who desires to improve the health and well-being of its community and provide health care services and programs to students. Strongsville City School District desires to grant to Cleveland Clinic Foundation a non-exclusive shared right to use certain furnished designated spaces in each school and common areas located at each school per the exhibit. Cleveland Clinic Foundation will provide the services to students pursuant to the terms of that certain memorandum of understanding between Strongsville City School District and Cleveland Clinic Foundation.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Cobain. Does anyone have any questions? George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Mrs. Cobain?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
No.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
And Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I-20, be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the Board of Education enters into a memorandum of understanding agreement with the Cleveland Clinic Foundation, who will provide services hereunder in space owned by the Strongsville City School District and licensed to Cleveland Clinic Foundation pursuant to a separate license agreement. The purpose is to create a framework through which the Cleveland Clinic Foundation may provide on-site mental health services to students in designated spaces in Strongsville City School District buildings as described in the license agreement in accordance with this memorandum of understanding.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcek, second by Mrs. Kilbane. Any questions? Hearing none, George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes, absolutely.
Mrs. Cobain?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
No.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Motion passes. Going back down. Okay, board bylaws and policies. We have a first reading on the agenda tonight. Does anyone have any questions or concerns with the first reading of the policies? The only one I was looking at was policy 5223 on religious instruction. After reviewing it, I have some questions and I'd like to send it back to the committee. Okay. All right. Superintendent's timely information. Dr. Ryba.
Before you go on, I can offer a suggestion.
Yes.
If you would like to propose if you want the committee to fully review it, we could do that. If there is a tweak or a change that you'd like, you can bring it up to the board here, and if there's consensus among the board, we can make that change and put it on the agenda next time.
Perfect, thank you, because I've never done this before.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
And I do. My concern was, this was a religious instruction and students leaving the buildings for an hour at a time, and the religious places that they go, sending trinkets back with the students. I'm really not comfortable with the kids bringing trinkets back. So that was what I was hoping that we could look at.
Can you read that one line for us?
Yeah, so currently the policy committee struck this so it wouldn't be included, but the statement is it's an option we could select. Any private entity providing religious instruction during the school day must agree that it will not provide participating students with any materials, snacks, clothing, candies, trinkets, or other items for their return to school. The district will not release students for religious instruction release time to any private provider that fails to adhere to this prohibition. So with it being stricken, that means that kids can go to their release time and bring back all of the things I just listed. If we reinstate it, it means that would be prohibitive.
So if I understand correctly, you're suggesting we prohibit that?
Yes.
Can we talk about it now?
Yeah.
Is that the idea? Okay. Does anyone else have a problem with making that adjustment?
What would they bring back? I don't understand. That would be so offensive.
To me, it's just so vague, and I don't know. So that's, and to me, it's,
Maybe then it's something that you guys should look into, to just see what it is that they would actually bring back, you know? I don't know.
Bring back to distribute or bring back to,
I mean, if it was just given to them, I mean, if they were gonna come back and like distribute stuff, I could see, but I don't know.
I think the concern, if I understand correctly, is they're going to bring back all this stuff that the other students are then going to see. Right? So what kind of disruption does that cause to the classroom? What does it cause in terms of the other students' reaction to those items? I think that's the idea. Of
Right.
like, just what happens if you start bringing snacks back? Well, where'd you get the snack? Well, you know, does it become, disruptive or?
a distraction.
Is there any way you can find out, though? I mean, do they do this?
Yes.
They do, yes. But this is a generalized policy that would stop anybody from doing it, not just one certain group. But to me, it's just a disruption in the class day, that if we can avoid it, I'd prefer to avoid it.
Comments, Richard?
I could go either way without knowing exactly what they'd be bringing back or how much of a disruption it would be. It's, again, it's vague, so I'm not sure.
I'd like to think it through. I mean, on the one hand, you know, disrupting the classroom is a concern and an issue. On the other hand, respecting parents and what they want for their students' education and what they want for their students' religious instruction. And, you know, we don't tie up the Cub Scouts with rules on trinkets and things like that. So I just want to think it through before I have an opinion.
Fair enough.
And so just so everybody has the full scope of the policy, and, you know, Haley and Michelle and I can get together and talk and provide a recommendation to the board, but the way that, as I'm sure you've all read the policy, says, hey, if there's a religious group that would like to have students, and parents would agree to have students leave school during the school day, it can be done only during non-graded, non-core time. So they would leave during, so let's take a look at a practical example. It would be lunch and recess at the elementary schools. So the religious group or institution would need to send transportation, get the kids that have parent permission, go back to that wherever they're going to, have their religious instruction, come back. We have had at this point no groups approach us with this or share a desire to do this at any school. So it will be, we can't come back and say, hey, this is what this one group does. We can speak in general terms, but we haven't had any groups request this option yet, or any parents request this option.
Are there any deadlines from the government, from the state?
All of these, I believe, have to be July 1st. They have to be implemented for next year.
Yeah, so if you guys want to think about it, and if Cameron and Michelle and Haley want to get back together, and Rich, if you have concerns or questions, you can reach out to them.
Yeah.
Sharon. Okay.
So what we'll do next time is the rest of these, if there's no other questions, they'll go to second reading. Michelle, Haley, and I will talk, and we will decide what's going to be put on as a first reading, and then share that with the board.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next up, timely information.
All right, so I know obviously there's not the screen, but you've got it linked in front of you if you want to take a look. But a couple highlights around the district. We've had this at a couple elementary schools, and I think some board members have been able to participate, but it's called a living wax museum. So kids read biographies on different historical figures, they write a book report, and then they dress up and share the facts that they've learned in person in an interactive event. So usually there's a button, and you go up to the student that may be Rosa Parks, push the button, they come alive and tell you the story of Rosa Parks. And so again, Mrs. Holden's class and Mrs. Marlowe's did this recently at Chapman Elementary School, and just a great experience for the kids and the families that get to come in and see all that their kids have learned and be able to present it to an authentic audience. At the middle school recently, and as well as at the high school, I thought this was really cool. We had a gentleman, Dr. Fields, who travels around Northeast Ohio, kind of giving real-life experiences to our students of history. So his work was with General and President Ulysses S. Grant. So he came around and actually made a stop, one of only a few schools in the area that he made a stop to. He visited historical sites, schools, and libraries to commemorate the 160th anniversary of the end of the U.S. Civil War. So he came to the middle school, shared his interactive experience and stories with our 8th graders since they study U.S. history, as well as Mr. Boris's AP U.S. history students in the Meet the Ulysses S. Grant presentation, taking a look at his life and the many challenges he overcame at his time. So just what a great experience for the kids to come together and see the reenactment and be a part of that experience.
Can I ask a question about
Please.
that? Did we have a teacher that applied for this or something? How did we get chosen?
I'm not sure. Aaron or Dan? Okay. Yeah.
So kudos to him
Yeah.
for, this is so cool.
Isn't it great? Yeah.
Opportunity.
Yeah. And then I believe I mentioned a little bit about this last time, and we did a 60 seconds on it, but Ms. Giamo and Ms. Welsh, who's a student teacher at the high school, they're honors English students. They created that immersive experience around the Lord of the Flies. And as you can see some of the pictures there, the whole area was transformed into the island with different activities. And it was all student-led, so that was the really cool part of it, is the teachers did a tremendous amount of work to build it up, but the student leaders led the work, as well as using the high school mental health ambassadors to take a look at the themes of the book and apply them to real-life experiences and things that our kids are going through in today's day and age. So just a wonderful experience, and if you didn't check out the 60 seconds, I would highly recommend you do, because that gives you a true feel of what that experience was like. As many of our senior parents know, unfortunately, Mother Nature is not cooperating with us, so we have made the decision to move commencement to Saturday, May 24th at 11 a.m. at Pat Catan Stadium. So who would have thought in May it would be 40s and rainy? But that's what it is on Thursday. So we look forward to a wonderful morning and early afternoon celebrating the class of 2025. And if you can't make it, you can live stream it at our SCS TV, which is found on our website. Last day of school is May 30th. Don't forget, it's an early release day. We'll send out another message to parents reminding them of that schedule for early release day, and you can find that on our webpage as well. And then it's not too early to start thinking about the first days of school next school year. So August 18th.
It is too early.
We're already moving to next year. So August 18th brings most of our kids back, and then throughout the week we bring back the rest of them. We're full go starting Wednesday, August 20th. So that is my timely information.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Board of Education Other. Do we have any Board of Education Other?
I do. I'll try to get through this. I am announcing tonight that I've decided to step down from my role on the Strongsville School Board, effective end of day, May 31st. This has not been an easy decision, but after careful thought, I believe it is the right one. My resignation is not due to any disagreement or dissatisfaction. Rather, I want to ensure that there is no risk or even the appearance of a conflict of interest. I have a deep respect for the work of this board and our school community, and it has been an honor to serve alongside such committed individuals. I remain fully supportive of the district's mission, and I will continue to be an advocate for public education in other ways. Thank you for your understanding and your support. God bless you all, and I'll keep you all in my prayers. Thank you.
On behalf of the Board of Education, I want to express our sincere gratitude to you, Sharon, for your service and commitment to our school district. Your dedication to our students, staff, and community has made a meaningful impact, and we are truly thankful for the time and energy you have devoted to this role. While we are sorry to see you step down, we respect your decision and wish you all the best in your next chapter. The board will now move forward with the process of filling the vacancy in accordance with our policies. Any other? Board of Education, other? Moving on to meeting notifications. A regular Board of Education meeting work session will be held Thursday, June 12th, 2025, 6:15 p.m. for executive session, followed by public session at approximately 7 p.m. in the meeting room of the Administration Building, 18199 Cook Avenue, Strongsville, Ohio. A regular Board of Education meeting will be held Monday, June 30th, 2025, 6:15 p.m. for executive session, followed by public session at approximately 7 p.m. in the meeting room of the Admin Building, 18199 Cook Avenue. We do have need for executive session 4.
To consider the appointment, employment, and discipline of a public employee, to review negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment.
Can we also add to consider the appointment of a public official?
We may return to public session afterwards to address additional business. If so, that portion of the meeting will be open to the public. We will enter into executive session at approximately 9:25. We'll enter executive session about 9:25.
anybody else really cold, or am I just? Yeah, I'm so cold. No, but my.
I got it. Everybody ready? All right, we will resume public session at 11:19 p.m. Next on the agenda, I will turn it back over to Dr. Ryba.
Thank you, Ms. Hausum. I have one additional item for the board's consideration. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent that the following non-certificated personnel be hired for the 25-26 school year based on receipt of clear FBI BCI background check, coach's tool chest, and pupil activity permit. This contract has been offered to those employees of the district who have a certificate of a type described in the section referenced of the Ohio Revised Code, and no such employee qualified to fill this position has accepted it. Be it further resolved that this limited contract be non-renewed for the 26-27 school year, and that to comply with the Ohio Revised Code mentioned, the required written notice of intention to non-renew be included in the limited contract, salary to be paid prorated over the applicable athletic season, to hire Ryan Kilbane as the head basketball coach of Strongsville High School.
Do I have a motion?
Boys basketball coach.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcik, second by Mrs. Bissell. George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Mrs. Kilbane?
Abstain.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes. Motion passes. At this point in the agenda, we will adjourn. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stavcik, second by Mrs. Kilbane. George, can you take the roll?
Ms. Stavcek?
Yes.
Mrs. Kilbane?
Yes.
Mr. Miko?
Yes.
Mrs. Hausum?
Yes.
Mrs. Bissell?
Yes.
Motion passes. Meeting adjourned at 11:20 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.